Started, huh? 3, 2, 1, and go. Hope everyone's ready for Christmas tomorrow. Hope everyone's staying safe too. Thank you for luck. Oh wow, I see how it is. Oh yeah, Apocalypse, there is the new Bien emote. If you want to play around with that. It's Fargo. Bienvenue, idiot. From that. Were you here when we played the test cart? Because that's what it's from. If you type exclamation bien, there's I think a imager image of what it was, because it was basically, since it was a PAL card, it was black and white the entire time. But the first thing that Fargo says to you, it was also in French, was bienvenue, idiot. Yes, evil mustache. How do you say, chef's kiss? Link broke. Oh no, it's working for me. I'd be wearing green and red, but I don't own many things of those colors. I'm not a huge fan of either green nor red. I think I have one red shirt and one green shirt now. The green shirt being the one from the GDQ. No, but I ran this past SGDQ. I ran Quest any percent. Hey Kazi, how's it going, dude? Well, Kazi's here, time to be on stream. I'm kidding, dude. You're welcome. Do 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 do. Ooh. Well, I don't really need to count experience that much. Yeah, say still. Oh yeah. The GDQ run. That doesn't surprise me, Kazi. Just got ridiculous luck. Ah, you're fine, dude. Ah, you're fine. This isn't true any percent. And I'd just be resetting over and over if we did that. That should be enough for a level. I think we get those give. Don't remember how much experience that battle gives you. And yes, I'm not getting heal. I can't exit and return clone because I'm not gonna have enough water. So it doesn't matter. We're just gonna be doing agility glitch and nothing else. This is not going to be an optimal run by any stretch of the imagination. No, wings actually don't work for cloning. For some reason, they managed to lock that down. Right? I feel like they were vaguely aware of some kind of issue with probably wings and exit return. Because like you can cast, and there's the other thing that I have my other thought for why they were vaguely aware of it is because you can cast return only in Brannock town of all the towns. You know what's different about that town from the other towns? There's no NPCs walking around. So I think they were vaguely aware that it broke shit, but they didn't get a chance to really fix it. So I wouldn't be surprised if like you did it and like the NPCs just straight up disappeared or something like that. Oh, wow, okay. They are water though, so that makes sense. I was gonna say, it's been a while. I'm surprised we haven't seen Hellhounds yet. That'd be pretty funny. I'm gonna make a point of saving, you know, in case the N64 just dies. We did clean the N64, and I found out that I was maybe using the wrong power supply. I needed to heal there anyway. It's a shame that Fireball, like... It's a shame that, like, the balance for spells is pretty trash and for, like, everything. For water, you pretty much want to use... all the elements except Earth, you pretty much want to use the base spell. They're just more or less better. And then the Avalanche exists. So, how are we gonna train you? I mean, obviously very carefully. I guess I'm just gonna use breads. Does anything drop fresh bread yet? Yeah, Irene, how's it going? Sorry about that. I mean, would have been victory animation cancel because if there's no fire spells that you can cast it. I'm pretty much just gonna kill everything for a while. Hey, Dawn. If I was actually prepared, I would have asked somebody to maybe do that. How you doing, by the way? Although I don't know if we, as a community, know enough yet to do that. To be completely honest. I'm gonna use breads, I don't care. I mean, probably easy? I had 3. Yeah, you're not wrong. Did have days. He can't kill me. You can't kill me. Nice. I mean, I got my Christmas splits that I set up after I started streaming. Come on. Or I'll try to kill him. Really, I probably should just... You can potentially drop bread. Nice. Don't really want to fight this. Yeah, I'm a wizard. Or cheater. Choice, really. A little bit of both. Fair. Hey, final boss, how's it going? Right? We're definitely gonna have to grind probably a fair bit more HP and defense than I would normally. Gonna kill it just to be safe. And it dropped. That's unfortunate. Better. Give me a bread. That would probably, you know, that probably wouldn't have been a bad idea to do for something like this. A slightly modified challenge run where you can get infinite drops. That's the only thing we changed. Alright, well, time to, excuse me, agility a bunch. Once we get a bunch of agility, I'll die. And we'll move on from there. Yeah, it's true, boss. The good news is you don't need to read even the slightest bit of Japanese to play the Japanese version. As long as you remember where the spells are. All the items are pictures. Okay. Not really wanted to do, but okay. Cool, fireball through. Hey, Larthantos. Going. Right? I don't remember when my family got this game, honestly. Just know we had it, and I always remember through school, like, talking to anyone about this game. What the hell is this shit? Yeah, that's a lot of it. Finding where the text is in the ROM. Yeah, right? Oh, well, I'm probably gonna die here. This is gonna hurt. Rip in peas. I need to save anyway. Here's my... I also don't have a healing, so, you know. That's true. It does run well. I will give it that. Obviously, besides N64 lag type of stuff, it runs as intended all the way through. There are some bugs, but you kind of have to go out of your way for most of them. Shannon works for Mammon. She isn't Mammon, but she is on the bad side. Well, works for Mammon. She's a puppet, so she doesn't really have a moral compass. Hey, Rossums, how's it going? Alright, cool. That's not a big deal. It's a game from 1998. There's no such thing as spoilers anymore on this one. Not that there's a story anyway. I mean, that's true, boss, but also with older games, there's arguably less to do, you could say. Something like that. 7. We're probably gonna go overkill on agility. I don't think I'm gonna grind kind of standard agility here, and then Blue Cave after Nepti is when we're gonna go overkill on agility. Just to be safe. True. But it's another thing where there's less hands in the pie, it's not as much of a mess to deal with, you know? Buddy. I mean, I think it's pretty much explicitly mentioned that she doesn't have a free will. She was created by Mammon. And she fully she even mentioned she fully expects to die when Mammon dies and is surprised. What I remember. You understood grinding as a kid then. I didn't. I only got past solving by sheer dumb luck. Ah, fair. My aunt had Dragon Warrior 1. I think I got very far in that. I never beat it as a kid. I did end up beating it later, but... Fair. Yeah, I never made it out of Call Hazard myself as a kid. I don't think I beat this game until I was in college. Pretty sure only when I was a freshman in college did I beat this, because I remembered it when I came home for Christmas. Like, oh yeah, because I think I had seen speedruns or a speedrun at that point. So I played through it with Avalanche and Magic Barrier, and I was like, wow, this is really easy when you play it this way. Yeah, no memory card will definitely do it. Desert area? Fair. I actually didn't get all spirits ever until I did the speedrun of all spirits, because I didn't know where the ones in the back of Dondaran Castle were. The one up the steps, specifically. I didn't know those ones existed. And I think I wasn't aware of the one in Shamwood at the very entrance, and also the one on the boat. I think those were the 3 I didn't know about. I think I knew about all the other ones prior to that. Running through them in my head real quick. Cave. I think I didn't know about the second one in Blue Cave. Yeah. So I was probably 4 spirits I didn't know about. Yeah, I should have picked up those other 2 drops. Guess not. Yeah, no, the one in the desert I actually knew about and found. Surprisingly enough, because that's a It's a dumb one to find. Hit hard? Fair enough. That's true. Game Boy version's a lot easier to see him. No doubt about it. Fair. Yes, I'm intentionally dying. It's gonna death warp back to Dondarin. The Game Boy version is so poorly coded anyhow, with just dumb things like you can only get one level per battle. It's just such a bizarre thing. Gonna yell at us because we have too many saves. You can. I've definitely gotten items and levels both. I won't argue that it definitely needs more time in the oven for sure. Yeah, white hat.
Why to smile?
Thank you for the nice bits, dude. It was uncommon. It's only because it happened like really early on for me, like right post Wolverine. Yeah, you can get multiple drops in the US one, but it's usually not obvious when it happens. But it's only it can only ever be of one item though, is what I've seen. There's been times where I've gotten like 2 or 3 silence flutes. It's weird going to inventory. Why is my inventory full going down? There's 3 of them just sitting there. I only got 1 drop. Ugh. Probably. Boop. Let's do no damage. Right? Okay. Cool. Favorite. Cool. Yeah. I'm a monster. Nice. Good drop. I will Apophysis drop the spirit light, so I'll probably be killing those. Ba ba da bum, ba ba da bum, bibbidi bibbidi bop. Sorry, Julie, looking like 54. I'm gonna stop Julie glitching. I mean, even if you had suggested the mod days ago, I would have had to ask somebody else to put the Santa hat on Brian because I have less than 0 experience. You've watched too many quest speedruns, Kazi. If the music is memorized as I do. Oh, item drop thing. Right. Right. I still would have had to ask like Landmine or somebody to do it because I don't know how. Ooh, not gonna fight 2 of them. I mean, I could Game Shark, but I wouldn't want to Game Shark. What I would probably do is I would ask them to mod the game and then put it on an EverDrive. Because the N64 or the Game Shark I have is finicky as it is. We're probably gonna die to the bats at the beginning of You know what? We're probably gonna die to the red blood shells at the end of Call Hazard if we can avoid it. So we can get agility. Goodness, we're gonna have overkill agility, which is not a bad thing. I wonder if we got to 50 or empty. Probably not. We'll leave here 30, 31, 4, 6, 39, 40, 41, 42. Oh no, we'll have 50. Have 50. Or nifty. We'll have 42 pre-Zels. You just don't get the item and you soft lock. It's bad. You really have to go. You really have to go out of your way to do that, though. Like the only way we've been able to do that is to do. No, even then, you have a big inventory. You would have to be like obsessively grinding items. No, you have to have like 150 plus items before that even happens. I've never seen more than like 40, even when you're being light on using items. Like, if you get one of every drop and then you pick up every item in the game, I don't think you have more than like 60 items total. There's really not that many items in the game. That's fair, but you're also overestimating the likeliness that you'll get a drop. 150? It was something like that. I don't... None of the items are so powerful other than MP items that I wouldn't just spend them constantly. You know, honestly, speedrunning kind of broke me of that habit, to be completely honest. Like, I used to do that too. But with speedrunning, it's just like... I don't know, I kind of just use items. It's interesting how that mentality, you know, since I'm gonna do another run, I'm gonna get the item again anyway. How that kind of changed. Goodness gracious, give me more than 2 steps, please. I need to take a little bathroom break. I've had a lot of liquid recently. I'm gonna leave you with this music after I step out of this encounter, and I'll be right back. Stop right here. BRB. Alright. You get to hear more of this music than you usually do, right? That's fair, boss. What am I looking? See if we can make it to the save. Good old gotchas. Which gotcha are you playing? I found, so I'm playing 3 right now. Epic 7 very casually. Puzzles and Dragons after having not played it since it came out. And then Genshin. Crash Fever. I haven't heard of that one. Oh, Peregrine. Thank you for the 400 bits. Yo, nice. Thanks, dude. Enjoy the emotes, everyone. Hope you're doing well, dude. Oh, here we go. This is the encounter I was hoping for. Okay, that was 90. You should be good. Actually, when I ended up beating Dragon Quest 1, I bought it on my phone. It was like $4 or $5, and I beat it in an afternoon. I was like, oh, I didn't realize it was this short. I would, if you're gonna buy it, I would just wait to get it on sale, or just get an emulator. But if you want to give them $4 or $5 or whatever it is these days. Oh, nice. Yeah, Puzzles and Dragons is excessive. Right? I think that's the standard how most people played this game, Peregrine. Okay, we can kill this guy. I didn't get a drop last time. please. We are gonna. Okay. Hey, not gonna save over here. Gonna save after we get it. $2? Yeah, nice. That's not bad. Especially with how short Dragon Quest really is. But, I don't know, worth it. Right, see if I mean it's touchscreen, so yeah, it's gonna be goofy. I don't like touchscreen stuff generally, so from what I remember, it's just they kind of phonerized it, if you will. From what I don't think they changed the art for DQ1, at least when I did it or played it. If they did, then it's I don't know. Actually. I could get a red drop. And a level? That was 10 experience and I got a level out of that. That's pretty funny. I'm not a big fan of touchscreen stuff. I just I'd rather use a controller. Okay, we're more than Gucci. Yeah. I mean, the other side of that is that it's touchscreens, and I have fat fingers. I'm bad at precision on a screen. I don't know where my finger is touching the screen. Or where it's registering that I'm touching the screen, really. I would, if I could type, like, text messages or, you know, any kind of word stuff on a phone, I'd rather use a keyboard. Like a physical keyboard. Touchscreen is not my thing. But I remember the controls not being bad when I played it. It was just like a fake D-pad on the screen and A and B button. But I don't know why I saved here. Especially since I'm gonna save before the entrance to Call Hazard. Oh? What do you mean? Oh yeah. I think there are characters that vaguely tell you where you're supposed to go, like how there's a like there's somebody that tells you like, oh, you know, the entrance to Blue Cave is under at the bottom of Larapole or something. Kind of just have to explore to find it. There are characters that like vaguely tell you where you need to go in kind of somewhat roundabout ways. And you also have the persistence of a child where it's like, well, this is the game I have, so I'm gonna play it. These guys can trap replicas, so kill them. Let's see, 36, 38, 41, 42, 43. I'm gonna have 44 now, since I've been killing stuff. These guys can drop Silent Flute, but I don't care about that. Might as well take this hit. Especially since I'm gonna, you know, save here. I wonder if I can get gremlins over next to this hut. Might be a better grind spot for me, using gremlins right next to this hut so I can just die and walk back out. I wouldn't save as much except for the fact that my N64 could turn off at any moment, and I'm not sure if it will. Let's see what encounters we can get over here. Yeah, look at that, you can. I don't think this is a smart thing. I think this was a... just wasn't sure. I take encounters here so rarely, I had no idea. So we're probably... I'm gonna get to... at least 80. I should load up and delete a save. You know what, hold on. We're gonna do something real quick, because this is gonna annoy the crap out of me. I'm gonna delete one of the other saves. Because it's gonna keep saying, oh, your memory card is full. 1 second while I delete one of these saves. My grind save. And one of those was a post. Doesn't matter. Stuff I wasn't able to do anyway. I'm gonna kill those guys because I want a bread from them. Just to have as an extra healing item. Do that one though. I guess the question is, at what point is it no longer worth doing this? Hey Q Benji, how's it going? Ha, sure. Welcome, dude. Hope you're doing all right. Debatable. And then it's a matter of patience. I have patience. Nab it. Team. Oh yeah, the classic. I remember that's when I played this again in college. I actually did that. I left it on for a few days. You know what? I think we're good. I think we're good. I'm not gonna spend any time doing that because we're just gonna be here forever. 58. Do 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 do. I mean that's fair, but I'm playing. I don't have. I'm not playing. One, I'm not playing on emulator, and two, I'm not using Game Shark, so can't really do either of those. I never did get that fresh bread, did I? Oh no, I know I didn't. I'm just remembering. I was saying it out loud, but it's not there. I have 2 honey breads though. That was more a rhetorical question. Our agility's gonna be Gucci. We need to. Jesus Christ. Yo, Peregrine. Thank you for 5 gift subs. Congratulations to everyone who got them. Cake, Brian, Green Bean, Tina, Sereth. Thank you for making me jump. Get to see the wink in all its glory. One more time? Oh, there it is. We got 2 more. The timing level after I did it. Thanks again, Peregrine. Really appreciate it. Boop, boo-doo-doo. Yeah, I guess it kind of does do Gangnam Style. Enjoy the goofy emotes, guys, by the way. You're the Bing Chlove. Oh. Bread. I know I can get another honey bread, and Norman's not worried about honey bread. I don't know why. These. Nothing but emotes, fam? Do it. I dare you. between my emotes and the Frankerface Z emotes. For those of you who don't know, Frankerface Z is a add-on that I have added a bunch of emotes to. Right. It's a good one. Also, big fan of Solverect. That's a quality emote. Hi Dad, bye Dad. The ever classic. Thank you. That was dumb luck, honestly. I was just messing around, moving. Oh, that was unintentional. We're gonna be safe. I could get an unlucky. I should be able to survive everything I see right now, but case. I haven't seen that, the possum emote. Big fan of, Oh, I forget Vampire's Touch is a thing, because I never use Fire or Wind. I've never used Fire or Wind. Casually. I could do Vampires. You are correct. Thank you for reminding me, because I forgot. Yep. It's your classic life leech on melee ability. There's not all the bosses. I think Zel's, it's good on Zel's too, because his close range doesn't. There's Zelsa's long range is the only cleanse. I don't remember which. I think Nepti's close range cleanses. I think Solvering's or Jolf, I know her laser cleanses. I don't remember if her long range does. God damn it, Cake. I don't think his mid range does, but honestly, I don't know offhand. I know his long range does. I think it's only his long. Yeah, Shilf I wasn't sure of. Fargo, I know his close range does. I don't think his long range does. Yeah. Ah, fair. I'm sorry, Cake. Yeah. All I smell is this candle right now is apple cinnamon. Very, not really that cinnamony. But it smells like a bad apple pie. Not enough cinnamon. I'm pretty sure Fargo's close range does. Cinnamony. Haha! It smells more like apple, with a hint of cinnamon, but yes, cinnamon. Will. Oh, I forgot to do with the big agility glitch. Balls. I wasn't thinking about it. I lose out on a little bit of agility. Ow. Right. When I'm referring to the ranges, I'm referring to what range you're standing at for him to use which attack. He does the big orb around him when you're close, otherwise he throws the orb at you. Lots of orbs in this game. Do I get access to any orbs other than Magic Barrier? Fireball, Magma Ball, I guess. Hey Talon, how's it going? Okay. I know, I'm just giving you... I understand. I understand.
So,
How about no? Please don't. Andromeda says hi. Sorry, she says hiding.
that's it. Nothing.
And she's leaving. No. She just came to tell me that she wanted a sweet to eat, so she's making a cake now. Didn't save. Save real quick here. I'm surprised how easy it is to almost get to a max element without like boning and stuff. I just never really considered it. Go here, agility glitch, and die to whatever encounter, and then I'm gonna go back into the bottom of Call Hazard. I would prefer to have an excessive amount. Oof. Sorry, bud. Yep. Yeah, that'll do it, Talon. That'll do it. Oh yeah, you get a lot stronger if you do only one element. Like, this game is so poorly optimized, it's in terms of like spell strength. I definitely like Landmine's idea with soft caps between bosses, where you can get to like a max of like, I don't know, like 15 or something by Solvering and like 20 by Zulst or something like that, you know? Yeah. Oh, I just picked up a second honey bread. I didn't want to do that. Oh well. I was hoping to find a Lamaya or something. The one time I want to see a Lamaya. We'll do one more encounter. Poop. Alright, I'll take this encounter for sure. I don't know. Do 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 do. I'm used to having no memory card in, you have to hit up. If you save with a memory card in, you can literally just, if it's the first save file, you can just tap A and it'll save and take you out without having to move it. What? You. Oh? Do they? I don't think any boss spell does. I don't think there's any spell that does that. Alright. What do I hope Santa gets me tonight? Santa's not gonna get me anything. What I hope Santa gets me is to win a lotto. PlayStation 5. Understand that. Census, right? Dude. That's the good turns with compression, bud. Cake, yeah. Functioning knows of that. They can see my dumb face. Sit over here. He only hit me. Alright, we're probably good to fight Zeus. I think I'm just gonna... I just wanted the agility more than anything. Yeah, 60. We'll have 70. Going in here. Right, nope, not the red too. We're gonna use both of them. I've heard, I didn't know, but apparently a lot of people hate Burger King. I was not aware of this. I never minded Burger King. But, to be fair, I also generally don't eat burgers from fast food places, so I'm judging their chicken. I mean, true, but there was recently a lot of stuff that I've seen where just a lot of people were hating on Burger King. I didn't know it was the most disliked. I've always hated McDonald's. That's because of a particular McDonald's near where I used to live that I'm pretty sure had cardboard in the chicken nuggets when I was a kid, so always kind of not liked Burger King, or McDonald's rather. 150. You butthead. Dang, very easily had 50 fire. Goodness gracious. Yeah, fire is really good up until after Neptune. Then fire is hot trash. I think it's okay against Shelf, but like, you're gonna have a bad time Fargo on. Or I think Shelf is Earth, so it's not gonna be bad against her. It's not gonna be great against her either. Well, if I had either of those things near me, boss, I could maybe agree with you. But I'm fortunately in Maryland. We don't have those. Mammon's a joke. I wanted to go this first. I think I had In-N-Out at RPG Limit Break, and it was a solid burger. I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was special either. I just thought it was a pretty alright burger. I wish I knew what that was, boss. A pizza place? Okay. I've never heard of it. Thankfully, the fast food, I'm putting in quotation, the place that we've really been going to is a local Mexican place. It's not really a sit-down Mexican place, but they deliver. Their nachos are fantastic. So stuffed. So good. Yeah. I don't remember the only Fuddruckers that I ever been to actually doesn't exist anymore. All this talking about food is making me hungry. Killing me, guys. Flush, Lara pool. Toilet town, as it were. Can you bring me a slice of the cake when it's done? Thank you, dear. That's nice. We have a lot of like one-off pizza places near us, and most of them are kinda whatever. A handful of them have pretty good pizza, or like 2 or 3 have alright pizza. I don't know if we've had all of them yet. There's got to be one that has good pizza, no? I would share the cake if I could, guys. Ooh, that sounds really good, boss. I mean, if you mean Cake ASMR is seeing me eat it, then maybe. So I'm on a new computer, and it has RTX voice, so you probably won't actually hear me eat it for the best. You don't want to hear those awful noises. Ugh. Ooh, that's nice. This pizza place sounds legit, dude. Ah, sense. Cake, jeez. Ugh. I already don't like ASMR stuff. I'm not gonna subject you guys to that. Unfortunately, you lose controller ASMR with RTX voice. Andromeda. What she's watching is very loud. She would probably play along, Irene. Be completely honest. I don't have to even worry about putting my... Actually, that probably picked that up. I don't have to worry about putting my, like, drink down anymore. Cuts that out, it's nice. The only ASMR that I might subject you guys to from time to time is whispering into the mic. Sensually. You've seen her Twitter. Fair. ASMR is just unpleasant sound. Like 100% of the time. I mean, you can repeat it here, I don't mind. Fair warning. We are gonna pick up the spirit. Prince. There's certain kinds of ASMR, right? controller ASMR where you hear the controllers. That one doesn't really bother me. There's a I think there's a Japanese YouTube channel. I think the guy's like Kawami something. Ironically enough, Kawami. That he makes knives out of random shit, and it's kind of an ASMR channel because he doesn't talk and it's just all the noises of him making the stuff. But that one I like. Like whispering and food eating is gross. Yeah, she posts stuff. Yeah, watering cow. And also his stove, how it turns on, the popping noises before it catches. I found it a couple months ago and I watched through all of his stuff. Sounds about right. I don't remember specifically which tweet that was. I might not have even seen that one. And she may have retweeted something that her sister tweeted. Who knows? You don't have to. It's fine. I can go find her Twitter. Not like I don't follow her. I like this part. I don't have to pay attention. AFK walk. And then I get agility glitch. We're almost at 75. Good. Good. For us. No worries. Wrangled. I think 10. Yeah, I think it's 10. Boop, boo, doo, doo. Boop, boo. Yeah. I mean, it's also N64 graphics, so they really couldn't very well. I mean, they probably did intend it to have a bajillion eyes, but you can't make it look good on an N64. Right. They did 2D stuff. Are there any, like, really... Are there any flat 2D games on the N64? Mischief Makers, kind of? Yeah, you could argue Paper Mario, but I'm thinking, like, True. only 2D. Yoshi's Story, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't surprise me. I think I think you could say Yoshi's Story probably. It's mostly 2D with 3D stuff added in. Oh wow, that actually worked? What? Yeah, but the characters are designed in 3D. But yeah, you could say that about some too. Yoshi's Story is probably the closest. Unless there's something I'm just not aware of offhand. I think it is. I've never seen that game played. I thought it was 2.5D or something, like the pseudo 3D. What Pokemon games? Both of the stadiums have 3D. Right. It's mostly 2D. I'd say Mischief Makers is the same way. It's mostly 2D. Although I think Mischief Makers is almost entirely 2D. That one might be it. I don't think of anything else, really. Hey, Rua. Merry Eve to you as well. Yes, indeed. Celebrating Christmas the only way I know how. Pain and suffering. It's gonna speed up significantly. The only glitch I'm doing is agility glitch. It should speed up pretty significantly post, like Nepti, I would think. Not really gonna grind anything anymore. We'll see though. I'll probably still have to grind a bunch of defense somewhere along the line. Yeah, but the tracks are 3D. We're almost at the point where the console will reset. If it does reset. Actually, no, it could go up to 3 hours. I wonder if it's the reset button that causes the issue. The first run doesn't have any issues. It's once I reset. I have reset, so it's a possibility. I did reset to save and stuff. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me. We're not going to, Rua. We didn't feel comfortable. But with the new strains of COVID and not fun stuff. Rakuga kids? Hey Retro Collector, how's it going, dude? That makes sense. Yeah. My mom just wants to see us because she hasn't seen us in a while. But I just, like, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable. My parents are going to be there. My brother, my sister-in-law, and the kids. My sister. And then my grandmother. And then I would feel terrible if like it was my fault that they all got COVID and, you know, people died, that would be soul breaking, you know? Let's have some happiness in our life. Think about all the fun things, all the fun new toys everyone's gonna have, hopefully, tomorrow. Alright, Nifty. I know we can cheese her, so this shouldn't be too bad. We can cheese Shelf as well. I don't know if we can cheese Fargo. I haven't tried to. From inbounds, at least. Of course she walks, Bimbo. Hate you. Nice. Why are you walking? Use your freaking long range. Have I mentioned I hate Nepty? Because use your long range. Why? Why are you walking? Nepty can just just bite me, dude. I hate this boss. How did that second? Okay. Don't. I want the camera to stop turning so much. Yes. Excuse me? This... Goopy. Yeah, I've been using the L button. The camera is turning on its own. It's not that she's terribly hard. I was just more grumpy that I was like, how are you not using your long range? So far away from you. Her AI is poop. I mean, misses aside, that's what I expect. Like, spells missing is one thing, but her AI being garbage is another. Alright, this is where we're going to grind a bit of agility. And HP. Magma fish. Perfect AI. They're too far away, they get closer. They're close enough, they attack. That's it. There's no randomness, really. Ah. Sorry. Just N64. Right. Makes sense. Sorry. Now for fresh brand neutral cola. Tastes almost like Coke. Not as sweet. Actually, I like that better. Not as sweet as Coke. I'm gonna save this time just because I don't feel if the console resets, I don't want to have to fight Nifty again. We're gonna get Mammon is 150. We're gonna go to 175 agility and then we're gonna move on. I want to be a bit of overkill for agility. Like, we could theoretically not get that much agility, but, you know, where's the fun in that? It'll 175 actually might take a little too long. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how much patience I have for this. So if you need to go to the bathroom or get a drink, now's a good time because we're just gonna grind agility. You're gonna hear a lot of dying. A lot of dying. Goodness. Probably start getting 3 after like 1 or 2 more. And panfish stick. I actually don't mind getting fish stick right now. Still getting 4. Ban all the fish sticks, huh? And Irene, sorry, I didn't see the switch carts. If the console resets or anything, switch carts. Not sure which one I'm on at the moment. Ooh, lots of yeah. Hey, Lord. Now I'm getting 3. Hey, dear.
Wolf.
Hi, dear.
Hear what I said?
Yes, I heard
I
you.
said these both.
And then dabbed. I didn't know he got a new world record. I thought he was just going to be doing a bunch of runs. I'm grinding agility right now. Alright. I know. I said it.
Trust me.
I hope you can hear her being a gremlin. Thank you. Probably be here for 3 or 4 hours. I think depends on how bad some of this gets. I'll definitely have his stream on, like, in the background. Is he gonna YouTube stream? Now we're gonna save again. Because didn't he had a I mean, I know he deleted his Death Dome Twitch a while ago, and then he had a different Twitch account that he deleted as well. I know he's on his like 3rd one. I don't think he uses it, I guess. I think I follow him on YouTube. His name is Japanese, right? So, whatever it's called on YouTube. Never remember. That's it. 9. I think we're just gonna get to 115 stop. On. Seems to be taking a while to load back in after dying. Agility glitching breaks the console. Rip in. Only like 4 or 5 more. Does that brick the N64? God, that would suck. I've never heard that one. If it does. Nintendium. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it caused issues too. Save again here. Mostly because I want to spend a little more time getting hit per. You took a little. Oh geez. Fair enough. Pixie. Taking 8 years back. I think we only have one more agility glitch in them. I wonder if it's lag because of the area. That's why this is low. It's forever. Agiliment. There's a runner, I think Tiolera, Tiolera, who's French, who was playing this. He might have a French booklet. Let's see how this goes. I think I'd use Wind Cutter 3 now. If I can get MP. I'm gonna need it. The Holy Magic Century, the EU version, there's one in French. But I need to. Huh, there. I think I only have one Holy Magic Century card. Or two. I had two. One of them was in German. Yeah. French is PAL, yeah. It would be the Holy Magic Century, which is the PAL release. Do 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 do. Dippity pop, boobity dip, blah 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 blah. So many. We are gonna stop into whatever the name of this stupid place is. Um, Limeland. Pick up the 10 spirits there. The size of this battle arena is silly. Or my movement arena. I blanked on the name hard. And if we get more spirits past 50 earth and 50 fire, we'll alternate water and earth. Which level I get. Yo, Zyphus, happy holidays to you as well. How you doing, bud? Here with this house was supposed to be. I bet it was Fargo's house. Had to quickly. Those two. Might be time for some more caffeine. Feel my eyelids getting heavy. I still have a third of an energy drink left. Yeah, about a third. I don't think I'm gonna get all spirits, but I'm just kind of rushing to 50-50. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna get all overworld spirits, probably not. I'm not gonna go to Shamwood. I think that's a bit too out of the way for my liking right now. I'm definitely not getting the one on the boat because I hate that spirit. Those are boots. Oh, I forgot to get the one in the library. Derp. Do. Save, and let's go fight Shelf. I'm surprised Wind didn't get Exit in return. Feels like more of a Wind spell. Yeah, it is. And Escape, for that matter. I feel like Wind should have been the utility. Yeah, Silence Mute feels like a water spell. But I could also I could see it either way. He has heart. Actually, final boss. Actually, you say that, but in the Game Boy version, there is a line of text where Bart says to Brian, "You know what makes you a good spirit gamer is because your magic has heart." So really, Brian is Captain Planet in the Game Boy canon. I had forgotten about that. It's one of my favorite lines because it's so out there. Like some of the stuff your dad says in the Game Boy version, just so... I was gonna go with hair, personally. It's on tinfoil. Right? Basically. Like a little woodpecker. Just pecks at nothing. I wasn't paying attention. That would be funny looking. Just have him do this to Melee. The animation when he press A on nothing. Make that animation his Melee. Bonk. That'd be pretty funny. No, let's count this. I do not know what that queen is. Final boss, I've never seen that word before. Belial? I do see how they flip. Maybe I should call you TFB, final boss. A lot of the get hit animations are really good in this game. You know, it helps when I remember to split landmine. Don't, bud. Alright, fair enough. How you doing, by the way, landmine? Well, I forgot that splits existed, mostly. I'm, be honest, I'm not super concentrated on the speedrun aspect of this. Mostly just kind of playing it. Yeah, I can understand that, landmine. Sorry you have to go to work tomorrow. You're not a scumbag, dude. I'm gonna alternate water and earth. Well, wet captioner is far from perfect. That's the whole point. That's what makes it fun. Almost there. The elf shelf treats us today. More like shelf the gilf. And she's 1,000-year-old. At least. Go ahead. I think I'll start with a bead. And go from there. Took a hit because I agility glitched, but we'll see how this goes. Well, only 150 is gonna take. 450. $550. Guess we're just gonna use all our items. Dot. Okay, must be just a smid. Okay, well that was my fault. This should be enough. I'm like just too close for the dodge laser. There it is. That's the range. That's I guess your camera is not dead on, so I can't just like pull it right. Okay. Used a bit too many items, but whatever. Too many. We might need to go to Shamwood anyway, just because. How many healing items do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna get. Oh, I'll probably have to use some Fargo. I have a feeling we might, because it's like a. Isn't it I'm pretty sure it's a silver amulet. I couldn't care less about a silver amulet. It does suck. The defense up is just gonna be removed in a moment anyway. Agreed, landmine. Agreed. So we're probably gonna want to use Wind Cutter against Guilty, just because it's gonna hit a lot more. Chameleon Twist got a 1.1 release. Are you saying Chameleon Twist is on the same level as Zelda? God. Can't even say that with a straight face. As much as I like Chameleon Twist. A lot less of a game. JP is essentially a 1.1 release for this game. Yeah, that's right. Well, EU is literally the same, except it's 50 hertz. I'm pretty sure EU is exactly the same, except that it runs at a slightly different speed. No. They will never remaster this game. much as I want it. You give me a Quest 64 too. Yeah, the name changes on the translation. Change any gameplay stuff. Goodness frickin' gracious game. Take more than 2 steps. I guess I walked right into that one. I want them to re-release like an N60. Just put an N64 emulator on the Switch. Re-release most N64 games and give us a N64 style controller, not the 3-prong crap of 6 face buttons on the right side. I would love the 3-prong, but most people will complain about that. It's more the A, B, and all the C buttons. Give me those 6 buttons. That's what I want. And a Z on the back. At least the 6 face buttons. Z on the back, I understand why they would probably not do that, but I would love that. C-stick is terrible. I also hate the GameCube controller, so that's its own thing. I can't stand the GameCube controller. Do not like it. There's your hot take for the evening. I think the GameCube controller is worse than the N64 controller. Mostly because it's like 99% of why I hate the GameCube controller though is how the L and R button feels. I can't stand them. It's like chalk on a key, or it's like fingernails on a chalkboard put together. Just how those feel is so unpleasant. I also like a lot of things that ends up happening when people like make controllers from the N64s. For whatever reason, everyone obsessively uses the GameCube thumbstick, and the GameCube thumbstick feels terrible for me on N64 games. I don't like it. And that's another reason I don't like the GameCube controller, because everyone's like, oh yeah, use this. Like, no, I want to use the N64 thumbstick because it actually feels right. It's like there's the Retro Fighter controller. I really like that controller, except that they insist on using the stupid GameCube thumbstick, and it just doesn't feel good. Like, give me a modern controller layout with an N64 thumbstick. Like, if I could just take this steel stick and put it into, like, that Retro Fighter controller, I would be set. That thing would be sweet. Honestly, give me the Retro Fighter with 2 Z sticks or C buttons on the back. And the N64 thumbstick, and that would be chef's kiss for me. But we definitely have to use wind on Fargo since fire element. I still want to get my hands on the Boomerang N64 controller. Last time I had looked on eBay, it was a bit too expensive. Those things look terrible, but I wanna try it. It's a shame that my one-handed controller it seems to deteriorate. Not everything is functioning like it's supposed to. That thing was fun. That was tough to play Ming and Twist with a one-handed controller. What's that? Oh God. Big surprise there. Look up something called the Steel Stick. That's what I have in here. It's a steel version of the N64 thumbstick. I wish the guy would like would be able to process more, because I would probably have bought like 3 of them. They're so good. I got lucky that someone I knew stopped doing like N64 stuff and had a spot, and they're like, "Hey, does anyone want this? I have a spot." And they gave it to me, so I got lucky. But it's like it was like $125, so not cheap, but they are supremely nice. And this thing has not deteriorated at all. Like it feels like a perfect N64 controller. The only issue is that it's heavy. So anything like for like Mystical Ninja for the EBC Mario slides is really hard because it's heavy, so it doesn't flick the same way. If the thumbstick was lighter, like as light as an N64 controller, then they would be perfect. But like casually in most things, the Steel Stick is so good. 100% if you can get one, I would absolutely advise getting one. Speaking of that, because you have to put it in the controller, actually N64 controllers have like nothing in them. Which is funny because it doesn't take much to take an N64 controller apart, but the N64 has a bajillion screws. I don't remember what the price was because it's been a while since I looked at them. I'd probably spend like 30 bucks on it, honestly. Unless I hit the lottery, and then maybe I won the lottery. Last time I checked, it was or something, I think. Yeah, but that's still like, I don't know, for a gimmicky controller that I'd probably use once and then it would sit on the shelf. I don't know if I want to spend that kind of money, you know? I'd rather spend that money on something I'd actually use constantly. I already know that the controller is a joke. Welcome, fool. Oh, he doesn't call you an idiot, he calls you a fool. Hand them over. Yeah. Ugh, this is gonna be bad. Bonk. What it's supposed to look like, though. We've done like 300 damage to him. He's at like 500-ish. Hey, Custard. Yeah, dude. Agreed. $600 maybe. Yeah, I keep forgetting. Because this is such a like lazy speedrun that I just not been putting. $150 there. 175 if all of them hit. He's got like 900-ish. I think he's just over 1,000 damage now. 2 more healing items. Yeah, we might have to visit anyway. Idiot. Yeah. Like 3 more healing items. I wish this was dodgeable. I don't think it is. I wonder if I do this. I have to try to like juke it, because it looks like it has a little bit of tracking. I have a feeling we're gonna have to go grind more defense. Oh, it's perfect. Dang. Okay. Yeah, I thought you couldn't dodge it, but I wasn't sure. Okay, I have no idea how much damage he has then if he isn't dead yet.
I added cocoa powder. A little extra. But
Okay.
don't judge it.
We're gonna try cake now. Good timing. Fargo dies, and now we get some cake. Delicious chocolate cake that Andromeda made. All its chocolatey glory. Nice and hot too.
It's made with cocoa and almond milk.
That's really good. It's
All really like makes it. Who needs butter when you have coconut?
really soft. It's really good. Next time, we need to get like chocolate to put in it. Chunks.
Like this little bead. I know you guys.
Yes, please. Same size. The chocolate cake is really good. Hey, I remembered to split this time. Oh man, if that had been 224.53, that would have been funny. Could have waited a minute to split. And my goal here is just to get to 7 water. Oh. Thank you, dear. I think this is a spirit light only over good because we can get another potion in Bernock Castle or Bernock. I don't need these. I already have a pair and I'm not going to be using them anyway. I don't have a magic here. I'm not saving here. I'm going to go into Bernock, grab the spirits and die and save at the tent in the off chance I need to go back to Hamwood for a bunch of items. But I want to set my return point to Granach. Do, 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 do. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, actually, I was about to go do stuff and I don't have return. I have to grab wings for this. Doesn't matter if I set the return point, I need to grab the wings. I don't got the return spell. Speaking of it, I'm gonna go get those healing potion in the meantime. Pretty sure it's the guy on the right upstairs, this guy. Okay. Where's the guy downstairs? No, I don't have a healing potion. Hero's drink. He gives you those. I thought he gave you potions. I'll be damned. I guess I didn't remember what he gave you. Yeah. Aim I can run back there though. It's not too bad. Well, otherwise, we only have 3 healing potions right now. Yeah, probably worth doing, honestly. I'm still alternating. I said I was gonna alternate. I don't feel like going to Sham. Really don't feel like going to Shamwood, but I guess we're gonna. So you know what? I shouldn't go to Shamwood first. I should go over, get this potion. Undoubtedly going to get another one. Ah, yeah, sorry.
Oh,
Chocolate cake part 2.
Falling apart. No.
Chocolate bits on the floor. Very moist cake. I mean, agreed. But what are you talking about? The game totally does have different battle music if you fight Mammon. Yeah, I know. Sarcastic. This little hole over here always makes encounters spawn weirdly. We had an encounter like right here, it'll... No, it didn't. If the encounter is over the hole, it's... The other side doesn't. And there's boots in that house. Fun fact, if you go out of bounds in this area, it's not interesting. Next area that looks exactly like this, that's where the spirit will be, right here, but on the next one. So over this next hill right in front of us, we'll see the spirit. Yep, right there. Slightly to the right from it. Then you can see Shamwood. Really, really easy, just go southeast. Also a lot easier to see at night, too. Hey, Bold and Treaty. Merry QuestMiss to you as well. Hope you're doing alright. No, I'm not doing spirits. I don't want to go around and pick all these spirits up. I hate grabbing them in here. I'm gonna grab these two. Puts me at 7 and then I'm done. I don't remember which ones are the right chests that I would want to pick up, so I'm just grab all of these ones. Stuff that I don't care about. Alright, now that we have a couple extra healing items. Yeah, well, I'm not getting that because that's worthless for me. $170. I almost ended up with the agility I said I was going to get, 175. No, no reason to. June, whatever the day that Quest came out, June 1st or something. Or every day, that's also good. I can't remember, I think it's June 1st? It's June something that it came out, 1998. Say first. Ball, offhand. June 1st, right? That's what I would call Quest Day. Pretty convenient that Quest lines up nicely in terms of sort of a pun on Christmas. QuestMiss. I tried to the last couple years. I always forget. Not always, but sometimes. Over 20. 22 years. 23 next June. I felt old when Quest turned 21. Now I just... yeah, I'm old. Yes, I know 30 isn't terribly old, but yeah, the internet, it's old. I felt old when there was new slang that started popping up that I was like, what the hell does that mean? For instance, the new slang cap. That one, I think I understand it. It means no lie. Like, if I say no cap, no lie. But I think that's what that means. I'm not with it anymore. Too old. Kappa. It's webcaptioner.com. How's it going, you know? Alright, guilty.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna have to hit him about 20 times. Oh, nice. Good guess. I'm doing about 80 damage. He just needs to miss a couple times, that'd be great. Miss. Six. Seven. Another miss, bud. Nine. So he probably has 900-ish. On him. Please. I have a bunch of extra empty items, that's for sure. $11. I'll use all my hand in the beginning. I wouldn't be surprised if I killed him at the 18th hit, but I also wouldn't be surprised if I needed one more. 15. Come on, miss. 16. It's again, buddy. Keep missing. Miss again. Miss again. Again. Fair. About time. Oh, that's not good. Miss. It's webcaptioner.com. Yeah, no problem. Bad news is that means we need to reset and load the save with all the healing items, and now I got a grind defense. Didn't think this through. I don't think I have. Oh, that's not true. I got lucky. Green wings. Defense grinding time. Ready? Yeah, way goes. I lucked out that I had these wings. To be completely honest. That was 100% dumb luck. But I'm gonna pretend like I planned it. Maybe. It's true, but I used way too many items in that battle anyway. It uses an attack called Magma Rock, and it shoots 3 rocks. 1 straight forward and 2 at 45-degree angles to the right and to the left. That's right, I could use those, yeah, these guys if I really wanted to. It's the best way to describe it. Right? I love this game's music. Amulet? I thought I picked up 2. I'm gonna use these, get rid of them at least. Yet. Maybe they do and you just don't know. Hey Andre, Merry Christmas to you as well. Oh, I should have saved at Normoon. And I'm gonna go back to Normoon and save there, since we're gonna have to grind a bit. I'm probably gonna get to about I think we'll try 180 HP before we before we try the Guiltmeister again. Kinda. I mean, I'll be honest, I mostly tune out the music these days. I've heard it so much, like it doesn't usually register. It's kind of just background noise. I mean, I like it, but it doesn't offend me. That's not completely true. Most of the music, like the end game music, because I don't hear it often, that stuff I definitely pay attention to, but like early game stuff, like town music and whatever, just right over my head, don't really notice it. Be trying to play defense. No. Not at all. It doesn't anything that needs that kind of timing. Okay. I need an encounter that's not gonna kill me, buddy. Or do too much damage and not hit me enough, really. Does hit too hard. Guilty until proven guilty. I mean, true. Give me a Thunder Gel. You guys are slow. I mean, Lamaya would work, but Lamaya's also going to hit really hard. Thunder Gel's probably going to be our best bet in terms of not doing too much damage. Termants are also serviceable. No, that's Twitter. I tried to pick up another bread before I came back out here. Not that it matters. Not what I meant to cast. I meant to cast Oppression. I have heal. I could just be healing very small amounts during the encounter. Well, normally, yes, if we use, like, Avalanche, but I'm not doing Avalanche, I'm doing Fire. Doing Fire Water. Or Fire Wind, rather. Yeah, bosses are damage sponges, for sure. I mean, I'd argue that Mammon is the spongiest, but he's also a very large sponge. I need to get a cover for this mic. My beard keeps catching in the metal part. Alright, now I will remember to get the bread. I remember to get the black. Yeah, okay, good. I'm just grinding. I mean, you could argue, yes, you could argue that it's cheating, but I'm just grinding defense. All it's doing is speeding this up. Do you want to watch me grind defense 30% longer? Think of it that way. Probably yes. You're a monster. There is Vampiric Staff. True. I should be using that when I get into the battle. So, how's everyone doing this evening? They do look like emojis, that's true. Hope everyone's ready for tomorrow. For QuestMiss. Oh, nice. A daylight lamp? Is a daylight lamp just really bright, or is it just like it's supposed to emulate sunlight? Alright, I may have killed myself. I wanted to... this. See, the issue with doing Vampiric Staff is that I'll kill him in 2 hits. What's wrong with that? Oh yeah, and I have my bread. One of 6, yeah, you're not wrong. I'm just gonna walk this guy over further. That'll do. Perfect. Alright, so I don't have to move. I don't have to think. I can just... this. Yeah, grinding. I said we're gonna hit the 180 before we try again, so. If you really have to go to the bathroom or get a drink or want to go to a snack, now's a really good time. I need to get a cover for that. Did that already. Say it again. I keep moving my beard just close enough to it. I don't mind, I can just... I mean, it's not like it makes us... It makes a difference, but it's not a significant difference in my mind. I was hoping that I could get away without having to do the defense grind. That's why I did what I did. Yeah, those heals. Yes, yes. I don't have that, I don't think. Oh, I do. I thought I got that at later level of Earth. Oh yeah, it does. I just didn't realize I had it. I thought I got it at like level 10 or something. Or I was thinking 14, but I guess 14 is where you get spirit level 2. I thought it was later. We'll even have an extra healing item when you go and fight Guilty too. I think we had like 5 misses in that last fight with Guilty. Certainly helps. Hey Milky, no, this is not how to go fast. This is how to struggle bust your way through wind and fire, but I need the defense. unfortunately, for this. How you doing, bud? If I was really trying to be optimal, I would have done this defense grind well before I did the agility grind so that I don't dodge any of the hits. Oh, nice. Well, this isn't your everyday speedrun. This is just a fire wind because it's almost Christmas. This isn't a normal run. I will be doing normal any percent runs again in the near future because I'll be doing them for RPG Limit Break. But that'll be a little ways down the road. Can I melee him, please? Thank you. Also, can the camera stop turning so much? I think they were doing 7-ish damage when we started this. Or 5 and 6, but still, progress is progress, you know? I like when the melee doesn't melee. My favorite. Wind is alright. Wind isn't too bad in the scheme of things. Earth is just so much better than everything else, so there's no reason to use anything else. Yeah, no, nothing compares to Avalanche. But we're talking outside of Avalanche, Wind is probably the best element. Outside of Avalanche and Magic Barrier. Yeah, Wind Cutter's really good. That's actually Rock Shower. Rock Shower in the Blue Maze portion of Blue Cave if you have... No, you're fine. If there's 2+ bats, 3 and 4 guarantees crash, 2 is like a 50-50 whether it crashes. And I've never seen it crash on 1, despite trying. Also, what they say about it messing up your cart, I don't know what they're talking about. I've done that crash on all of these carts many times, and they're all still fine. Alright. One more, probably, and then we get to go fight the Geltmeister one more time. Five defense. Looking bad. Yeah, almost certainly. Hey Genesis, yeah, it has been a while. I'm doing pretty alright. How about yourself? Agreed, ban. Sorry, bud. And also like 10 times the volume of the stream. That's my favorite. I prefer my stream to be on the quiet side, but I know Twitch just don't give a fuck. Well, it was going pretty good, and then we fought Guilty, and I realized that I didn't have enough healing items, and I needed to grind a lot of defense, so we're grinding a lot of defense. But yeah, even still, it's not bad. Only downside is I'm dodging stuff constantly. I mean, I don't know what the percentage of Vampire Staff gives, but it's giving me 30 HP at the moment. Looks like it's 1/4-ish. This is the only part of Quest that I don't like. Having to grind defense like this. Just give me an enemy that hits 40 times. Or no damage. Yeah, HP. Grim. I mean a fair bit. With defense up, with the level 1 defense up, he's doing 3 to 4. He was doing up to 6. Or 5 now. He might still... Yeah, he still can roll 6s. Defense hasn't gone up enough yet. Our goal is 180. Almost there. He'll probably do like, instead of just under 1/3, hopefully he'll do just under like 1/4 or 1/5. So I can use less items. So this should get us to 180, and then we'll just, whatever we get extra from this, we'll go and try again. But when we teleport to Brannock, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom again. Always having an energy drink mid-run. The Thunder Joes would have been the best option, but okay. I think. Okay. I just want to bring them all close. Not worried about the hits right now. So the spells don't have to fly far. And now the fun part, to our death. Thunder Gels just would have been faster because they hit more. And I think they were doing less damage overall. And after this, we'll go and try Guilty again. I could heal and prolong this, but don't want to. Thank you. We'll find out. I'll probably die anyway from that. Prolonging it. Rip it. Alright. See how this goes. .40 defense, 182 HP. Last thing he grabs is his bread. One extra healing item. Go. I said I was gonna go to the bathroom. So not quite let's go, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom. But I'll leave you with the music.
About the speed run. It's a Christmas.
And of course, none of them get that.
Ooh. You gonna tell him Christmas?
You can tell them about it.
Christmas. Okay. Oh shit.
It's a movie that shouldn't exist, where it's art. Is it racist? Like, or is it just terrible?
It's like
Intentionally racist, if it
the
is.
black kid raps every other sentence, and then like the kids is like, he's like, "Don't worry, honey, I got your money."
It's just poorly made.
Oh, so the grandma,
Probably custard, honestly.
the grandma's audio track got corrupted. Instead of re-recorded it, they just got what they had, and that's why you get that.
Yeah. So the grandmother, you heard her going Christmas. Well, what she just said. Most of her audio got corrupted from the recordings. So instead of re-recording it, they just mumbled it all together and then added Christmas. It's legit voice actors too for this movie, so it's like the worst animation of all time. What's it called? Type it in stream chat. People could look it up. I watched it last year. It's such a mess. Like, there's a whole like legal crap that happened behind it. Like, the person who was gonna do all the art stuff like paid like this cheap crappy studio, and it's like legit voice actors for it. It's a whole mess. It's amazing. It's bad. All right. Guildmeister, let's see how this goes today. Bum 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 bum. Wait, does his long range? His long range removes gracious, this was an hour split. Well, more than an hour at this point. Do 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 do. Thank you, dear. Everyone go watch that. That's what we were talking about. It's something. It's something. It's the only part that makes it watchable. So grandma's the best part of the movie. Only part that makes it like something you can watch. Seven, 12, 35. All right, that's much better. So it'll probably be just over 18. Probably 19 hits, if every hit hits. So probably 20 really. How many have I cast? 4? Twenty-eight, 5. I've cast 5. That is not what I meant to do. I meant to use this. That's what I meant to do. I got lucky. I'm an idiot. Seven. Yeah, it's such a bizarre thing. Fine. It's undodgeable. It's a lock-on. It just has a high chance of missing. $11. Oh. Actually, I'm gonna do this. Hey, Gamma. Thanks, dude. How you doing? Firewind, yes. I don't think they do. 14? I don't remember now. $15. Yes, the Firewind run. $16. This is going a lot better. $17. Think. We might be at 18, not sure. You know, we'll try it. Yeah, those do not. Oh, no, no, no. Fire sucks. Yeah, fire's hot trash, like Fargo on. Because Bogus and Fargo are both fire, and these guys take half damage from spells. The wind's just gonna do more damage to these guys. Yeah, I have one right back here. 2 more healing items, so we're probably gonna have to be a bit lucky on I think this next one should kill him, theoretically. Oop. Please miss. I think almost all of them. I have 2 more. Can't do that much damage. Alright, I am clearly way wrong on my math. I have no idea how much HP. I could go for it, or I could do that entire fight over again, so instead, we'll use a healing item. I accidentally modded a N64 or quest cart. Okay, good. We have to be at like 22 casts or something at this point. He has to. Alright, he's dead. No, I just did my math wrong, really. Or I missed a lot more than I thought I was going to, is really what happened. Hard mode is a little meaner, yeah. But you're also a lot better equipped to deal with it in hard mode. Since Avalanche is no longer broken AF, but there's a lot of other spells that are quite strong. Yeah, this'll be not great. Debatable landmine. Highly debatable. Thank you, Apocalypse. $40. 41. I think only... Oh, we got 2 healing items in here. Oh, and this is a magic item. We have an excess of magic items. There's one more healing item we'll pick up. Like, if I fight Mammon with no healing items, I'm not the most upset about that. It's beatable, it's just a lot that's gonna be really lucky. a reminder that you can be a chest in Quest 64. It's a shame you can't open the chest from in here, that'd be funny. Hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. How many items, healing items we got now? Got the one. Three, four, five. We have 5. Right? Hey, QuestMiss by QuestMiss soon. Alright. I think 7 times 30. How much is that? 330 is 9180, 210. Yep. 420 plus. I thought it was 7. I might be wrong. That's 6. Oh, then it's 180. 360. 20. 4. Gonna do this now while I have a chance. I wanted people to be able to read. Also, I don't know the fire spells by. Wait, I don't have the fire and wind spells memorized, so I wanted to read it. Yeah, game's over. We did it. How many more healing items we got? 1? We have 1. All right. Imagine if there was a way to actually unlock LeVar as a boss fight and none of us ever knew. I would flip out. True, he would. All right. Time. Thanks. Enjoy bacon. Ooh. Ooh. God, that would be crazy. I mean, we know landmine. Just entrance, yeah, entrance randomizer. If you go backwards, that's the randomizer. Because the doors usually don't go one room back; they go They just go to different. Sometimes 2 rooms, sometimes 3 rooms, sometimes all the way back to the beginning. It's really bizarre. Fun fact: I'm faster than everything, so I don't care. Oh, I mean, I have a healing item, so yes. It's just gonna be a matter of getting lucky. But I am faster than every enemy here now, since I have 175 agility, so... No. No, well, I guess I could theoretically, use Vampire Touch, but I'd get too close. Aw, look at that. You don't scare your Pinhead right now. I like how web captioner struggles the longer you use it, and it'll randomly, like, put, line breaks. Pretty funny. I don't care. Fast and everything, it doesn't really matter. It'll take lazy angles. Plus I get to see him and I can laugh at him because I'm faster than him. Hey, it's this room, but it's slightly different color. Yellow instead of green. Yeah. True. Alright. See if we can do it. Probably would have been easy sub 4 hours if we had grinded defense way earlier. Go for it. How you doing, by the way? Well, a little late for that, Kazi. Remind me if I die to Mammon, I'll try and extinct one. I saw that just a smidge too late. Sorry. Alright, here we go. Yeah, that'll do it. Can't Dodge that. You can't. Mostly, but I try not to. If I have crummy stuff, I just wipe off my beard best I can. Dude, this is literally the one attack I can't handle, bud. Of course he spams it. This one, I don't care. I can dodge this. Give it to me. I don't remember how to dodge that right now. So I'm probably gonna die this time around. Yeah, I legit don't remember how to dodge that right now. I don't remember what the movement is. I've cast him. Arrows to the left. That? You know? It's different than what I remember, but... Who am I to say I'm remembering correctly? Oh, clockwise, right. I always brain fart that. Cool. Attempt number 1. I mean, it's pretty reasonable for it to happen. It's just a matter of not getting the stupid spirit bomb attack. Thank you. I grew it myself. Healing items would certainly help, yeah. I know pinheads drop dewdrops, but other than that, I don't know what the enemies drop. Look at that. Got him. Well, one of them drops a dewdrop. Oh yeah, that's right. That is what the movement is. Sadly, I have a healing potion. The healing item I have. Yep. Almost. I didn't turn sharp enough, I think. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Secretly heal me. We probably have him at like 700 damage, maybe. We're gonna be here for frickin' ever if it's gone. Ugh. I regret not grinding more defense. I have made mistakes. I think we try at least one more time before we resort to other things. Tedious is what it is. I really wish Extinction would hit Mammon. Imagine if all you needed was to have a higher agility for Extinction to land. Yeah, that's what I said. It's tedious to grind defense here. Yeah, I guess I could have Vampiric. You're not wrong. Really? Why am I so bad at dodging that now? I think it's left. I think I don't go back and left. I think I just go left and then I rotate up. I.e. what works for me. Yeah, I should really grind defense on... Shit. Alright, well I didn't use my healing item. Or MP item. So I'm actually gonna save and try again. Yeah, Mammon's the best person to grind on. Exactly, and I just can't make sense. I know, like, logically I know how to dodge the, Of course I missed. Yeah, that's a hard mod change. Overload, or whatever you called it. We're 100% sure Extinction can't hit bosses, right? Like... Okay. I couldn't remember. Oh, it is down left, okay. I think I'm turning too early, actually. Yeah, I'm turning too early, that's what it is. Jesus. That's a rude landmine. That's a good question. Landmine, do you know? It's down left and then a pretty late hard turn. That's what my brain is forgetting. That was only... I've never really had to use it, so I've always kind of been vaguely aware that it existed, but not been particularly good at it, except when I was doing hard mod for some reason I could do it sometimes. If he... what if he dies? Or can it not kill him? Just normal death type shenanigans. Alright, buddy, I'm back. I'm not stuck in here with him, he's stuck in me. Aha! Miss. It's a wider turn, too. That up. What actor would play Brian? Oh god. Well, he's supposed to be like 10, so... Of course it'll be someone who's 30. Yep, I fucked that up. Well, it should be Sean Penn, or whoever the actor is that always dies. Sean Penn? No. Oh, rip. Who's the dude? Oh goodness gracious. The guy who played Ned Stark, the guy who played Faramir, one of them, Faramir, the one that died, I think. God, what's his name? Sean Bean, that's the one, thank you. He would play Dad. He'd die. Ugh. That stinks. Hey, I got one. We're gonna beat our heads against this until he dies. How am I still streaming? Very carefully, Kawhi. How's it going, bud? Or are you talking about the console resetting? I've actually reset myself, like the console, so it probably hasn't been on long enough for it to get to that point. Mammon have come bargain, right? Oh god, I was totally not good thing. Really? Me? Reset indeed. This is not a good start. I mean, it is actually. It's pretty good. Mammon doesn't want to bargain, and I don't care. I think the most I've done is like 800-ish damage to him. Doing that wrong. Our defense is 43 now. Basically, we're beating our head against it until we get lucky. I use too many healing items. If I had like 3 healing items, this probably wouldn't be that bad. But I have a healing item, so it's not great. Singular pinhead, so I can extinct. Well. I can dodge 2 of his 3 attacks. The third one always interacts with your hitbox, and I'm bad at dodging one of the other 2 right now. And I have a healing item, which I'm not using yet. Mammon have come to bargain. I just need to take that wider. So what's... never mind. 84. I'm doing, on average, 84 a turn. $84 goes into 2,300 how many times? Yeah, that sounds about right. That's how many times I'm gonna need to hit him. Alright, so I only need 3 MP items. Theoretically. Well, 3 and change. If I get to a 3rd MP item, I will use the healing item. And then we'd have to full reset if I end up dying. Okay, well, I'm gonna use the healing item this time anyway. Bad. Camera. What is this camera angle? Please. I've cast 26 times. Miss. What's 26 times 6 times 13? 14, I guess, really. He, oh, that was 2,184 if we're averaging 14. Oh my god. That was close. Yeah, no, I know how much HP he has. It's in the splits, too. Hey, Alex, thank you. If I hadn't choked on, a couple of those, fire missiles, that might have been it. Ugh. Almost there. That was me being bad. It was 2 more casts, more or less. I'm averaging 14 because there's some that are going up to 16. There's misses. There's all the 13s, but no idea. Yeah, he could have low rolled too. Well, assuming that I was at that much, yeah, too. I would assume it was probably closer to 2,100, if not under 2,100, with all the misses that had been happening. The 2, 3, 4. Five. 6. 7. 8. I'd rather underestimate. 9. 11. 12. 2. Fifteen. 15. If he casts I'll say if he casts Fire Missile, I'm gonna take it. Alright, hope everyone's in here for the long haul. We'll be finished by New Year's Eve. This rate. Does anything else drop bread? I'm pretty sure I can't get any items. Apocalypse, that's the issue. Tried. Here, let me talk to Shill or Shannon. Oh, I can't talk to Shannon. Yeah, I didn't think any. The enemies do drop stuff here, but they only drop a healing potion, which I already have one. The other stuff I don't care about. One. Ooh. 3. Ball sack. 4. I might as well just take these hits at this point. Yeah, I mean, after I messed up the 1, I'm just gonna try to take those hits if I can. I have to dodge everything. Except that, I mean, I can't dodge these. I just have to hope they miss like that. I want him to use his stupid... Fire Missile. There we go. More HP defense is what it is. Almost the next level of defense. I regret not grinding more. Should have gone to 200. Man, if we'd done 200, we probably would have been 200 HP. Would have put us at like 50 something. I mean, eventually, theoretically, I'll probably be able to beat him without the defense grind before I would get enough defense. Distincted the Judgment. do. Well, we know for next time I need way more defense. Way more. I mean, if you're out of bounds, you can't leave. You still can't leave the encounter arena. 1. 2. As of currently, no, I don't think so. Six. 7. I mean, the spirits, of course, would help, but I wanted to be as much a wind fire run as possible. Nine. 10. I mean, I know. Dude. Yeah, we're gonna use it. Use a different attack. Wow, I fucked that up anyway. 16. Dude. Alright, well, I use the healing item, so I could use like defense down or agility down. Only certain statuses. But they would also have to land, and at that point, not worth. I could grind Spriggans. I don't also, again, probably not worth. That's true. I guess I could try that. I'd also have to get, you know, Spriggan. Oh boy, a golden amulet. If it was Spriggans, I would have taken the hits, but those guys would have hit hard. Yeah, if I had the defense. The thing is, they don't. The debuffs don't last long enough for them to really be worthwhile in the scheme of things. Your guess is as good as mine, final boss. Maybe he's an evil Greek god. What? Five. Six. Seven. Nine. Please, me. 10. 11. 12. Yep. 13. 5. I have 5 MP items. Alright, I'm okay using 1 here. Fifteen. 16. 17. 19. 20. 21. 22. 3. 4. 5. Dude. 26. $27. 28. He probably had like one more. He was like 1 or 2 away. He had to be. Stupid as this is, we're gonna do it. Easily should be sub 4 hours if I'm not an idiot and actually grind defense earlier. Oh, you know. This grind against Mammon is an accurate representation about how 2020 has been. I mean, healing, whatever. I mean, true apocalypse, I know. Just, unfortunately, this is... when I don't use a healing item, yes, Rua. That time I did use a healing item. I'm gonna die real quick, because I got one more defense, and I'll probably get one more HP out of this. I'm hoping that I can get just enough to stop getting that stupid like 59 high roll. Alright, now we're gonna try again. I wanted that extra little bit. And we're starting with 40 and... I need to do some math. So assuming we're hitting all 6. Oops. Assuming we're hitting all 6 for 13 damage, divided by 13. Divided by 6. It's about 29. It's 30 casts. If we're hitting 13 every 6. Or probably 31, 32 with higher rolls and misses all around. Whew, alright. Really wasn't planning on spending an hour fighting Mammon, but here we are. Spending an hour fighting Mammon. Hey, Farrell. Christmas to you as well, dude. You're doing alright. 1. Ooh. Well, look that up hard. 3. And that one. 4. Alright, if he casts it again, I'm just taking it to the face because I messed up already. 5. Oh, this is not it. 6. 7. But it matters, but just get MP. I choked. If I choke on dodging anything, I have to basically give up and try again. And I choked on one of the first ones, of course. We're almost a little empty. Singing again in a moment. Ooh, sorry, Kazi. That'll happen sometimes. Okay. This is important, right? Worth it. Yes, queen. Why is this design the way that it is? Like, no sense to me. And there's that whole like plat. Is there one on each side? I'll be damned, there is. I thought there was only the one front. Hey, Jansarizzi. No, actually, I didn't. I should do that. Earth, Wind, and Fire. No wowda. Maybe I'll do that stream. I think I forgot something and just don't get any water. One. Three. 4. 5. 6. 7. 9. 9. And 11. E. Fucked up, that was my fault. I turned the camera by accident. Mm. 17. 18. 19. 'I will now use a healing item. Two-thirds of the way there. One. 22. 3. 4. Come on. 5. 26. 7. 8. 9. Could be it. 30. He's dead. Of course, when we extinct the pinhead, it actually happens. That's pretty funny. GG indeed. Good God. Yeah, that should absolutely be sub 4 hours, but that was me being bad and not granting enough defense. What was the play? Getting lucky. Oh no, what happened that time before Mammon is that I used Extinction on a pinhead and actually got it. That was it, and I got lucky. Lucky. His 2/3 rolls for what spells he used was the correct ones more often than not, you know? Is this a new category? Blech. Worst category. Technically a PB, yay! It's the mammoth come the bargain category. This time around it was, yeah.